Morning, everybody. Back with another episode of StockDads TV, and this morning we got Aaron here to break things down for us. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody had a good evening. Give everybody a minute or two to get in. Morning, Boca. Morning, Edward, Lar, Mr. Paz. Hope you guys are doing well. This is our last full week, right, guys? It's our last full week of 2025. Excuse me. Morning, Tommy B. Up and at it, killing it. Darren, good morning. So next week we'll get the schedule out, guys, or I'll post that on. What, Tyler? If you're still on, do we have the SDtv schedule for next week? I don't know if you're still on. If not, we'll get that out to you guys. Rick, good morning. Morning, Mr. Wealth. RC. Morning. Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. How are you? All right. Big news coming up here, guys. Big news events. Just messing around, letting everybody get in. Here comes everybody. Anybody got any big plans for next week? Big travel plans or anything? Not me. I'm sticking around and dog sitting for my cousins. That sounds fun, huh? It's a good thing about being back in Indiana. My cousin Heather, my dad was a firefighter, so when he was on shift, I would stay with them, my aunt and uncle. So I pretty much grew up with my cousin. She's like my sister, basically. So they only lived like 6 minutes from me, her and her brother. I kind of grew up with those. They're kind of like my brothers and sisters. So they're all going to Florida, believe it or not. My aunt and uncle have a place down there. So again, it seems like everybody gravitates to Florida. Speaking of that, Miss Amanda, good morning. So I get to dog sit. And my cousin is such a dork that she created a video. Apparently she doesn't trust me. So I received a video last night of how to feed the dog properly. So yeah, just wanted to make sure I was on board with that, apparently. Couldn't just send me instructions, had to make a video for it. Yeah. So yes, her faith in me is outstanding. Yeah. So I couldn't believe that when I got that. Shows me how to open the lid and do it. I was like, yeah, you just stop. I got it. I figured it out. It's a German Shepherd. There's a cat too, so apparently I had to know how to feed the cat. But anyway, I haven't watched the video. I'm going to be honest, Ed. I saw it come in, and I was like, no, I'll put that off till tomorrow, because who knows how detailed this thing is. I haven't watched the video yet on how to feed the dog. Oh, good times. Good times. All right. Okay, let's get started, guys. So starting up on news here at 8:30, we have big news today. We have our catch-up CPI right here at 8:30. Now, this is from 8 days ago. Okay, this is what was supposed to come out last week, but due to the government shutdown, everything was, delayed and whatnot. So that's a really big deal. They're forecasting 3.1. This is an inflation print, right? So 3.1 would put us right about up here. All right. So we'll see how the market reacts to that. And then we do have our unemployment claims. So our unemployment claims, they're forecasted at 224. That'd be a drop, right? So again, Wall Street considers 3 data points a trend. but you know, we'll see, more importantly, anything, how the market's going to respond to all this. Okay, so CPI, unemployment claims, Philly Fed, that's all right here at 8:30. Now, we did have Europe and the British pound, or Great Britain, their refinancing rates. They didn't move rates. These are their Fed announcements. So they didn't move rates. All right, now, there is a little development within our rates. And as we get more and more of these data prints, we'll see this move around more and more. But remember, we got going into we had our rate cut pushed out to April, right? Our next rate cut. Well, there was a little development this morning. If you go in and look, now it's in March. Okay, it's still not above 50%, but the market is trying to price in a rate cut into March now. Okay, so interesting little development here. But going into our next meeting, right, which is on January 28th, you know, they're pricing in a 73% chance of a pause. Now remember, this is Powell's swan song here because he's done in May, so we'll see. But just an interesting little development there. All right, okay. So there's our news, 8:30, coming up here in a few minutes. All right, back to that. Where the hell did my mouse go? I lost my, no, there it is. All right. Morning, Omar. Yes, Edward, you're more than welcome to come down to Indy and hang out with me and the dog. Door's always open. All right. What am I doing here? There we go. I'm lost. Hang on. Sorry. There. All right. Okay. That's this back. Just remember that news has got me flustered here. Hang on. Wow. I'm all over the joint. Morning, Ivan. Ivan, do you want to come watch my cousin's dogs with me, or dog with me and Ed? That's what we're doing next week. You're more than welcome to. You can hang out with the cows in the pasture, and we'll hang out with the dogs. All right. There we go. Sorry, I'm all over the joint. Okay. All right. So, so starting off on the VIX. Now remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. This is the futures of VIX, the index. Okay. So let's do it this way. Let's do it backwards here. All right. Morning, Dario. So here's our continuous contract. All right, now remember, when this leads our U.S. indices, VIX up, indices down, indices up, runs inverse. Okay? So we had our contract rollover. Now, what we normally watch for during this time, right, is this pullback from our old contract lows, right, to our new contract highs. Okay, and you can see how far of a pullback that is. All right, and that'd be a big rally on the indices. Satoshi, good morning. So big pullback here potentially on the VIX, and that would lead the indices higher. Now, to understand this, right, because we don't have all this data. I was going over this with a student last night, or like yesterday afternoon. When we have a VIX rollover, it's a little tricky. It's not that tricky, but it's a little tricky. We got to do a little finagling because we don't see all this data, right, of this new contract. We don't see it. All a continuous contract is, I've tried to stress this. Trading view, you're going to look different. Let me put that out there. Okay, yours is going to look different. So that's why I talk about drawing from certain prices. So when they roll over a contract, whenever they decide to roll it over, they just take the price of the new contract and slap it on here. No rhyme or reason whatsoever. They just say, okay, contract expired, that's the price, slap it on there. All right? Okay. So that's why we don't have all this data. So to understand what's actually happening here, we need to go to the individual contract. So the individual new contract is VXF 26. All right, Foxtrot. We went over that yesterday. All right. That's our, yeah, that's exactly right, Nate. That's our Santa Claus rally. If we do see the VIX start making this pullback, now Santa might be a little late, but this pullback is your Santa Claus rally. And the timing is kind of perfect. Price isn't perfect yet, but the timing is kind of perfect, right? 33.5, Ivan, or September 6th. That's what we're shooting for. All right. So we got to go to the individual contract to find out what's really going on under here. And eventually we can move back to the continuous once we have enough data. All right. So that's not working. There we go. Hang on. And that's not, hang on. This is one TOS glitch that they've never fixed. There we go. Okay. So when we zoom in here, this is what we got going on the new contract. This looks a little messy. Oh my gosh, Tamika, still messing with me. Gotta go old school here. There we go. Okay. So we're still in short setups on the VIX. Absolutely it is. Right? And the most recent one that we're in, the ones that's right in front of us right now, is from 1930, okay, to 1830. All right? 1930, right there, that is on the 12th at 11 a.m. Eastern. So Monday, highs to lows. Remember, we got news here, guys, in just over a minute. Big news. So we're still in these short setups. Now, this has been just a chop nasty, Miss Jackson, if you're nasty, range. Okay? That's all this has been. All right, but we're still in shorts. We haven't broken out of shorts. So breaking out of these short setups would be 1892. You got to round up to the nearest tick, 90 or nearest nickel, 95. Add a tick, 19. So we'd need to break the 19s, not trade them, break the 19s, and we'd make a larger squeeze on the VIX, and that would be a larger sell-off on the indices. Now, what is getting in the way, and it's getting kind of frustrating, not that the markets listen to me, but there's this long from yesterday's lows in the middle of this range, and that's what has been defending. Remember, we defend the middle of the range. We just don't know when that's going to be, right? Middle of the range just gets run over, and then eventually it holds. Now, this held yesterday and fired off right into our resistance, and now we've fallen out of it right back into these. So we'll see probably here in about 5 seconds. Let me get rid of this, and let's see what we got. All right. Okay, so that broke. Holy moly. When I say the indices move further, farther, faster than the VIX, all right. Okay, so VIX coming back down to the bottom of the range. So now we'll see, right? We'll see if we're going to get through the bottom of this range or we're going to bounce back to the top of the range again. All right. Nate, Santa. Ed, are you abusing people right now? Ed's probably over there trying to abuse people. All right. So we'll see where this all shakes out. Let's see what our news came in at here. All right. I'm not sure, Miss McGill. Mary Rose, your name's got that McQuill on it, so that's what took me. I don't know. I'd have to look back. All right. Morning, Dave. Yeah, I'm not the sailor. I don't want any stolen honor here. That's my son. That's my son. Yeah. Almost had stolen valor in the grocery store the other day. I had my Navy sweatshirt on, and somebody said, "Thanks for your service," and I had to stop them. Like, no, not me. That's my kid. All right. I'm just looking to see if we're going to hang on to these or what we're going to do here. All right. Ed would be proud of you today. Be careful having Ed proud of you, because once Ed gets his claws into you, right, he doesn't let go. Yes, there is Navy Dad stuff. Yes, I'll get that. The sweatshirt you guys see me wear, that's actually really special, because on the back of that, there'll never be another one of those made. That's got his specific boot camp class and their RDCs, which are like their what do they call it in the Army? Drill sergeants. Their RDCs with the logo and his division from boot camp on the back of that sweatshirt. So that's pretty cool. He got me that, actually. All right. Looks like we're going to hang on to these for a while, guys. Okay. All right, so let's see what those came in at. I ended my sentence with a preposition. Did you guys catch that? See where we came in. So CPI down. Forecast 3.1 came in at 2.7. So that's an inflation print, right? So that's down. Unemployment claims came in line. Forecast 224 came in at 224. Ooh, Philly Fed, that got smoked. That wasn't good. All right. Okay, so there we go. So we'll see how the market responds to all this. I'd say we're well over our 20 points away from the gap fill today. Look at one more thing here. See if I need to show you guys this. Let's see. Nope. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. All right, so let's get to it. Okay, so there's our little break on the VIX. All right. Ed, you crack me up. Okay, so now going into the morning, this is what we're going to be watching. Kind of seems like we've been seeing a trend here. This is what we've been saying since Monday. Let's watch the bottom of the range. Okay, so here's where we are, still in the shorts. We broke through this little irritating middle of the range that we held all day yesterday. So that broke, so now we're back down to the bottom. So going into today, this little short, no, it's not little, but this short setup has a target at 1805. All right, but we have to get through the bottom of this range. Now, here's the big deal. If we do get through the bottom of this range, guys, when you go out to the continuous, right? Get rid of that. We get through the bottom of that range, you can see that's going to start our descent down into this old contract lows, new contract highs. That's a long way on the indices. It's a long way on the VIX, but remember how much further faster indices move than the VIX does. It's just about direction. Okay? All right, so now we can flip the script here on the VIX and see if we start holding, if we don't get down to these targets. I should say this, if we do get down to these targets, okay, we're going to draw from this high. This is halfway back on the week. All right, so if we do get down here to these 1805s and we bounce and don't go through them, we're going to draw halfway back on the week. All right, Monday at 10 a.m. All right, highs to lows. All right. Okay. So there we go. but we got to get through the bottom. All right, we got to get through the bottom. So we'll see. All right, so moving on. So VIX is still in shorts. Bank, these are the financials in our markets. Bank is still in longs. There we go. All right, although it's just going sideways up here, right? But bank is still in longs from this high on December 9th to our highs on the 11th, right? These are the financials in our markets. So when they're rising, that puts a tailwind behind the indices. When they're falling, that puts a headwind against the indices. All right. So we want to be on the right side of that. All right. We want to be on the right side of that. Okay. So this is just an index. So we'll see where it opens up, what direction we get moving. Okay. So bank in longs, VIX in shorts. That means that the path of least resistance for the indices is up. Okay. All right. So let's get to it. So the ES. Now, when you look, this is the pullback. All right, that we were kind of waiting on. Remember, we were just levitating in this extension, and then finally that broke. So here's that pullback. Now, when you look at the NASDAQ, it's pretty cool. But on the ES, this is from November 21st, lows to highs. We traded right to that 38.2. All right, and that's where we lifted off. All right, so what we're going to watch going into the morning. Now, these have targets up at 70.24. And we've even got larger targets up here at 70. Imagine saying that's 7,000 ES. 71.40 up there. All right, so this is what we're doing going into the morning. All right. So here's our gap fill, 67.77. All right, 67.77. Okay, here's 10 points away, here's 20 points away. We're well over 30 points now. All right. So we're not really focusing on a gap fill today because could it fill? Yeah, absolutely. Right. Millie Bobby Brown. Right. Vecna. So stranger things have happened. So yes, we could fill this gap. It's just we don't have probabilities to do that. Right. We have probabilities that we're going to trade. If we make a pullback, we're going to bounce and trade the other way. All right, so we're going to watch these overnight lows to highs. And you can see how far away that is from the fill. All right, so that gets in the way, absolutely. Now, if we were within 20, I wouldn't even be drawing up along, right? Because that would fight our probabilities for the fill. Okay? Who the hell is texting me? Oh. God, that sounded like get off my lawn, didn't it? Wow. That really sounded like a get off my lawn comment. All right. But since we're outside of these 20 points, absolutely, we can watch for this long setup if we get this pullback. All right. But path of least resistance now, right? This is your beach ball underwater. Right, this is your beach ball underwater. You like that, Amanda? Who the hell is texting me? All right. Oh, that's right, Mary Rose. Yeah, I got dinged for that. Was it yesterday, day before? I got dinged for that. I got $5 for that, or $5 into the swear jar. I didn't know if that counts. If you're talking about the place, I'm guessing it doesn't count. But if you're using it as as a lazy way to express something, yes, yes, that counts. I'll take full accountability for that. All right, so this was our beach ball underwater. So we'll continue to trail. Jeez, we'll continue. Okay, I'm not even gonna draw it. It's just being a jerk now. It won't stop. So eventually, this is what we're drawing up. All right, our overnight lows to highs. And there's nothing saying it's going to get all the way down there. Did the VIX break that? Is that what's going on? Okay, it is trying. All right, so to reset, we're going to watch when we get to these 1805s, and that'll give us something to work off of. If we break this and get to these 1805s, one of two things. Either we bounce from here, right? And then we can draw halfway back on the week. Right? And that would be our next pullback. That'd be the next long on the indices. if we go through it, right? If we go through this target, even by a tick or two, then we're going to draw from the low of the previous draw right here. Okay, we're going to draw that lows to lows. All right. Okay, so we'll see. All right, we'll see. Okay. All that being said, hey, man. All right, we just got to chill out. Eddie's dog, right? If you get the whole deal, best to just let him finish. Got a little bit of Mississippi Leyhound in him. All right. Lost my mind. So we're drawing from these lows whenever it decides to stop going up. Okay. A lot of fuel. A lot of fuel, Edward. Right? A lot of fuel. So just imagine where the indices will be, right? This is why we were calling this the Santa Claus rally. Where the indices will be if the VIX gets down here. We might get here today. Who knows? All right, so we'll have to, I guess we should pay attention to that. All right, so we'll have to watch when it gets down here. This is VIXplosion territory. So we might very well make that pullback today. Interesting. Hell, the markets aren't even open yet, and we're talking about this. Okay. All right, so it's still going up. Remember, these runs, guys, these runs are buying up here is just as bad as trying to sell lows. Don't be fuel for the pullback. Right? Don't be fuel. Eventually we'll get it. Eventually we'll get that pullback to buy into. Right? Unless you're really good at scalping these tops, which I'm not. Okay. I know, 7,000 ES, isn't that crazy? Do you remember us a couple years ago, we were talking about when we were saying 5,000, and that sounded amazing. We're talking about almost 7,000. Okay, we got to get moving here. All right, so NASDAQ, look at this. Okay, on the daily chart, there's your NASDAQ pullback. That's a little obvious, huh? This was the pullback we never got. Right? We hadn't gotten this yet. And look at that. That's about as obvious you can get. So we traded support. Again, briefly sloppy. We know the indices can be briefly sloppy right there. Trade support, break the short. Right? This was the pullback that we were waiting on. Trade support, break the short, drop the long. There you go. Bam. Right? Right there. So we're watching the same thing. All right, watching for these pullbacks here. Now, could there be shorts from highs? Yeah, there could be shorts from highs all the way along. But it doesn't matter, okay, if the VIX is continuing to fall. All right, because remember, this leads. All right. God, look at the ES. ES just piecing out. All right, so awesome touch here on the NASDAQ. Let's see how close we got. Geeks me out, Ed. 87, call it 87.75. What did we trade? No way. To the tick, 87.75. Isn't that something? Absolutely insane. Wow. Geeks me out. So we're watching these. Eventually we'll get this, right? These overnight lows to highs. Eventually we'll get that. All right, and those are the pullbacks that we can join this much larger trend. All right, so there's the NASDAQ. YM, held on to it. There's another variation of a long here from, this is last Monday, the December 1st. All right, right there, bam. Okay, so that's what's, if you walk this up, it's not the fancy prettiest, but if you walk this up, you end up with this. And we had extension longs that broke, right? We had extension longs that broke. We had these pullbacks. These ended up being sloppy. Oh, no, they didn't. They actually held, right? So you can make that case too, the ones we had up yesterday. But regardless, there's our support, and we're going to be watching, same thing. pullbacks off of lows. All right, see if we can jump into this trend. All right. Okay, remember, watch bank. YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks movements. All right. Russells. All right, Russells needs to get on its horse there. Okay, well, there it goes. All right. So the Russells has been the weakest. All right, here's what it looks like on a larger time frame. All right, there's our extension long from April 8th to highs. Pullback targets are way up here. All right. Here's that long pullback that we haven't made yet. Now, Russell's is making new all-time highs. I mean, I can't get on the Russells too much. I mean, it's making new all-time highs. But that's that larger pullback that it hasn't made yet. All right, so it still has room. Don't get me wrong. It still has room. But yesterday, here's what happened on the Russells. Get up there. All right. Where was it? It was right there. There was our first pull. Oh, there was our first pullback right there. Right, never hit our target, so we just leave it there. We went to and through that target. Right, now we know that extension shorts on the indices don't last very long. Right, and that was being defended, and now that's cooked. All right. So could the Russells be making a run? Now, yeah, it could come halfway back, all that fun stuff. But we're going to, again, watch these longs from lows, because there could be a support level below us that we don't know about, right? There could be a support level below us that we don't know about. So watch bank. All right. You might think about adding to the Russells here today, right? See how the day goes. That might not be a bad add right there. If you're in the collector mentality, right, where you just add on pullbacks, right? So watch bank, right? Watch bank. Most sensitive to bank, the Russells and the YM. All right. So eventually these indices are going to make pullbacks. It's the same thing as going down, right? It gets too top heavy. You get too many people buying highs. They become fuel for the way down. Then everybody freaks out on the way down, and then everybody sells at the wrong time, right? And it becomes, you get all these sellers at lows when the big money is actually buying. All right, same thing over and over and over and over. All right, so be careful, buying highs up here. You don't want to be fuel. You don't want to be fuel for that pullback. All right. Okay. All right, we're going to have to cruise through the other stuff. But questions, VIX Bank indices. All right. VIX Bank indices. Yeah. Oh, 9:15. Okay, cool. All right. VIX Bank indices, guys. Oh, Tyler, since you're back on, let me grab you real quick.
Yeah.
We were wondering earlier, do we have SDtv schedule for next week?
This is our last day, and then we're taking off SDtv. I'm going to be working on some content, improving some things on the back end during that time off, and then we'll be back January 1st.
Okay, so there we go, guys.
Yep.
There we go. Probably January 2nd, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
whatever that first Monday in January, market's back open. Yeah.
After the holidays.
Yeah, after the holidays, yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. Did you guys hear that? So, yeah, so off next week. I'm going to be on, I'll send you out a schedule on the wall stuff. But, okay, cool. All right, thanks, Doc. Okay, so any questions, guys? VIX Bank indices before we move forward? Everybody good? No, Tyler, he's pulling your leg. I did not. No, there's no way. I didn't go off on a rant and fill the swear jar. Imagine that. Tyler leaves for like 15 minutes. He comes back to like, dude, Aaron just filled the swear jar all the way up. All right. Squirrel, what's going on? No, he didn't, Squirrel. No, he didn't. All right. So moving on. Bitcoin. Okay, still in shorts. Right. Making our next pullback. So here's Bitcoin. Right. extension short from December 17th. We've been in this for a while. December 17th to lows, never broke. Right? Came out of our extension short, broke the opposing move right here. Bam, broke that. So now we're in this first worker bee move. Pull back short right there. We got matumboed yesterday at this thing. Remember this? Just not in my house, right? Bam. As soon as we touched in here, just smack, right? So we're squeezing back into that, right? We're squeezing back into that. So we'll see if that holds again and we roll back over. But remember, ultimate targets 33.5 or September 6th. All right. So there's Bitcoin just squeezing back in. We'll see if this resistance breaks. I mean, we've still got that extension short up there. So we'll see. All right. Moving on. Gold and silver. Well, I'll show crude oil. Crude oil starting, let's see. Yeah. So there was an extension short. We haven't talked about crude oil in a bit. There was an extension short that broke. There's this big down. This has been just an absolute mess of a mess. Crude oil has. That's why we haven't been watching it. But we had this little dip into lows down here. And we are apparently holding our first pullback long. Right? We're trying to, this is that previous low, change trend. And why is that a big deal? Because if we change trend, right, we got a long way to go. Okay. See that dip into low right there? Big open space here. All right. So we'll see. Not paying too much attention to it yet, but it'll be interesting if it does start to trend. All right. Gold and silver. All right. So here's gold. Oh, look, it got a pop out of that news. So we're still in massive longs, guys. Targets, where are they? 46.07. Okay. This is on the smaller time frame. This is what we're looking at. These last week, this is the, what is that? 15. That's not last week. Wednesday, Tuesday, whatever the hell day 15th was. This was briefly sloppy, right? There's a couple ways to look at this. This pullback in the middle of this range, very briefly sloppy right there, like maybe by a tick or two. But then we made a new high. And you know what happens when we make a new high? And now we're defending, right? Now we're defending right there to the tick. So we have targets up here. Okay, this is halfway back on the week, right? Halfway back on the week. Look at gold. So that could be the big level that we're watching, all right, are these targets right here, 43.92.90. All right, because those are a big target up there. All right, and more than likely, if we get up to these targets, we're going through them and we're going to go into extensions. Now, I don't have a crystal ball, but if history repeats, or history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, right? So we'll see when we get up there. We got to get through these highs first, obviously. All right, but it's in longs. Everything's bullish. All right, everything's bullish on gold. Okay, silver, same thing. Everything's bullish on silver. Just going straight up in extension longs. I've lost track of what extension we're in here. But the most recent draw were from the 15th Monday, Monday's highs. Monday's highs to our highs here on the 17th. Remember, there was our pullback. Now, you can make the case that this target was hit. We didn't officially hit it. That's why I haven't moved this draw. But if you do consider that target hit, right there, and there's your profit taking, look what happened, right? Same anchor, new high, bam, right there. Right? Obviously, support. So I'm just being on the conservative side because, I don't know, Ed, you know how it goes. You start cheating a little bit and you say, okay, good enough, and then good enough turns into good enough, and then it's a slippery slope, right? You know what I'm talking about, Ed? So we didn't officially hit this, right? Yeah, I know, man. Slippery slope, man. Yeah. So I'm just leaving this right here. Just leaving this right here. All right. So we still have these 67.29 targets. All right. What did we trade? 22. We traded 18. So we came 4 ticks away. You know, either way, bullish. Very bullish. This is new all-time high. Every time we make a new high, we're making new all-time highs on silver. And what is funny, I posted this the other day. Did you know now, Tyler, this is an interesting one to use as content.
Okay,
did you know now that an ounce of silver is worth more than a barrel of crude oil? Isn't that crazy? 1 little ounce of silver is worth more than a barrel.
How
of crude
much
oil.
does a barrel of crude oil weigh? Any idea?
I don't know. It's 50-gallon drum, right?
Yeah,
So,
that's got to be a lot.
A lot more than an ounce of silver.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. So, because right now, what, silver is 66.43. What is? Don't make a liar out of me. Yeah, 56.07. Barrel of oil 56.07. Ounce of silver 66.03. That's nuts. That just baffles me that something so small can be worth more than all the time and effort it takes to get the crude oil refined out of the ground, everything else. Yeah. All right. So we were laughing yesterday or the other day. Like, if you got any silver jewelry you're not wearing, right?
Here, Aaron, I got one for you. My grandfather passed away a few years ago, and my grandma still lives nearby, and I do a bunch with her. And the other day, she was going through, he had a coin collection, just a bunch of quarters, but they were pure silver. And so we took them to a guy and did them, and it was over $6,000 in quarters because of the silver. Yeah, crazy.
I know. Hang on to those suckers. There you go.
Yep.
Very cool. Yes, Squirrel. I was waiting for that. Thank you. The silver I bought back in the 50s is now more than break even. All right. Okay. All right. So there's the precious metals. Everything's bullish, right, on the precious metals. Now, this is interesting. So when we get to the dollar, right, here's DXY. Remember, DXY is not the dollar. This is just an index. And what I mean by that, if you don't get why I say that all the time, is because people get a misconception about what DXY is. It's an index. So what that means is this thing doesn't exist on its own. There's no value. This is just a tracker. There's a bunch of different currencies inside of this. Over 50% of this is made up of the euro, and it just tracks what they do. Okay, so be very careful. And if you want to sound cool at parties, and somebody says, "Oh, the dollar is going up," or because DXY is, you can say, "No, dude, have another drink, man. Nope, you're wrong. Here, let me buy you something and educate you." Right? So people get that misconstrued, and the reason I say that comes from a good place because it can mess you up, right? It can mess you up. DXY can lie. So this is just a tracker. Thanks, Mr. Paz. So it's just an easy way normally for us to look at dollar strength and weakness, right? So if this is continuing to fall out of this short setup, right, that is dollar weakness. That's bullish for the indices, bullish for the precious metals, okay? So let's get to the actual currencies inside of this, because remember, this is just a tracker, right? Just a tracker. That's a good show too. No, not tracker. I like, what's the one with the just massive dude? Not tracker. It's got a single name. Oh my gosh. Reacher. Yes, that one's good. If you ever watch it, that's a good show. Because he's so big and he plays the big dumb guy sometimes so perfectly. That's a good show. Does anybody watch Reach? Am I my own on that? Anybody?
I've seen it. I like it, Aaron. It's good.
Thank you. You get some backup.
I got you.
All right. So here's the euro. Here's the dollar yen. So the dollar yen traded into this long setup. Blue Mountain State, he's in that too? Okay, cool. Let's check that one out. What the hell was I talking about? Oh, the dollar yen. So July 31st, all right, to our highs on November 20th. That's that pullback right there. That's that extension long. And we traded it again and ripped away from it. All right. Now, we did not break this. I mean, you could, no, we didn't. 97. That's crazy. 97, if you want to get into the decimals, 976, we traded 976. So we did not break that. All right, we did not break that. So if this continues to fall out of this short, right, that's dollar weakness, more than likely. That's dollar weakness. Reacher, great. Thanks, Laura. All right. All right, I don't have to watch Blue Mountain State now. I'm going to write that down. Since you guys, and I like that guy. I forget that guy's name, but he's really cool. He's a really, if you hear him like interviewed and stuff, like, he's like a cool dude. He like makes fun of himself, which is cool. Or self-deprecating, whatever you want to call it. He's very humble. He's a very humble dude. I think it's hilarious. Blue Mountain State. Okay. All right. So if we see the dollar yen fall out of this, right, that's dollar weakness. That's bullish for the indices. Smash that like. Thanks, Nate. All right, so I'll have to watch that. That's fascinating right there. Things are just geeking me out, Ed. Geeking me out. All right. So now on to the euro. Okay. The euro's kind of just playing inverse, right? So here's the euro, and it's long from December 9th to our highs on December 16th. Right? There's that long. And there's a news event right there. Bam. Right? We right off of that. Okay, so that has targets way up there. This would all be dollar weakness. Go dollar weakness, go. If you hold any precious metals, you are rooting for the dollar, our dollar to fall apart. That's kind of funny. But we haven't broken the short. Right? Almost dead on inverse right there. Okay? So, got to get through that. If we get through that, we can start trending. And what I mean by that is if we get through this, we can draw lows to highs and start buying pullbacks all the way up to targets. Okay? But nothing yet. If this falls back down to the bottom of the range, that'll be brief dollar strength coming out of that. All right? And that doesn't mean the precious metals and the indices are going to go down. It just means there's a headwind against them. It's like a fan blowing against them. It's hard to get going, right? Okay. All right, so there's the euro, British pound. Honestly, I'll be honest with you, I haven't looked at the pound this morning. There it goes. All right, remember the euro and the pound both had their Fed, in quotes, Fed announcements today. That's what their overnight bank rates. But there we go. Look at that. All right, so December 2nd to our highs on December 16th. Bam, there was our long. Targets are up here. Now this broke. Hell yeah. Oh, geez, there's another $5. This absolutely broke. That doesn't count. You can't. No, you can't count that. It's a swear word. This is what the euro didn't break. Apparently the pound did. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the pound broke that. Executive decision. So that's broken with vigor. All right, so we're going to watch these. All right, the only thing to put these into question is if we get to the top of this range. Right? Okay. Play date on Prime with Richter and Kevin James. All right, I will do that too, Laura. I'm on. Oh, you know what I'm watching now? Holy cow. So it just came out, and it's probably old, and you guys have probably seen it. I'm getting excited for no reason. But I started watching Castle Rock. That's me a Fraggle Rock. But I started watching Castle Rock. I think that's what it's called. I'm on like episode 2 or 3. That's a good storyline going in there. I don't know if you guys have watched that or read the books, but that's pretty good. Remember how behind I am on TV shows. Just a year ago, I finished Lost. That's how behind I am on TV shows. Right? It was actually a big deal about me watching the final episode of Lost. About a year ago, I was talking to Ivan and some of the guys about that. That's how behind. Remember Fraggle Rock? Miss Mary Rose, yeah. Oh, Tyler, if you're on, Tamika's at. Oh, Tamika, open a just go and open a support ticket on StockDads. Is that the way to do it, Tyler?
You know what? I'll reach out to Callan and make sure, because I know we have your contact info. I'll have them email you. I'm not sure if they were on. I put it on the sheet, but Callan might have missed it. So I'll make sure to tell him, Tamika, and they'll get it taken care of.
Cool. Thank you. Yes, Amanda, I have seen that Three Body Problem. That's a weird dynamic. That makes you think, doesn't it? Like, whoa, like that really makes you think. That dug into the psyche a little bit. That was really good. Okay, so this is all dollar weakness, guys. All right, so let's see where we are now. All right. Let me go to the individual contract here. We're still not through those lows. That's irritating as all get out. It's like time. Nate, you know what I'm talking about? Like, come on. Stop doing what you're doing and just give up the ghost here and get through that stupid low. It's been enough. You've had a week, get through it. Right? So that's what we're watching for, guys. If we do, start to lift off of this, we can go right back to the top of this stupid range. And I shouldn't call it stupid. It hadn't, it's probably a nice range, but we're just going to stay stuck in there. We need to get through these lows. All right, we need to get through these lows. All right, exactly. Just do it. Let's go. Stop messing around. It's like you're yelling at the people who are buying this, right? Like, you don't need to buy volatility. You don't need to. Just stop. Because that's what's keeping us up, right? It's people buying volatility as a hedge against downside risk in the markets. So you can just stop buying now, people. Like, you don't need to. We're good. Banks and longs, don't stop buying. You don't need that. Okay. All right. Questions. All right. Yes, that is a great show, man. I agree with you. Mess with your head. Like, what would I do in that situation? All right. That's one of those. If you haven't seen that, guys, Three Body Problem, it's really good. It's a mind bender. All right. Any questions? All right. Thanks, Miss Mary Rose. All right. If you guys remember tomorrow, well, I'll be on at noon, but if I don't talk to you, remember tomorrow I'll be on WAP, and then we're off next week. So for some reason, I don't talk to some of you. Have an awesome holiday. Remember, this is our last full week, right? This is our last full week of trading until 2026. So the dotted line is sneaking up on us. All right. Okay, thanks, everybody. You're the best. Tyler, you got us? All right, thanks, everybody. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, see ya.
All right, guys. We will be back with live trading with Adidas and Jordan today. We're gonna be giving away a Lucid 150K test account and a month to TradeZilla. What we're gonna try to do for today's live stream is Adidas and I are gonna test it out right now. We're gonna try to do him on Discord, because I know a lot of you guys that trade with Adidas, he can be in and out really quickly sometimes. And we don't want you guys to have to deal with that lag when he comes on the stream if you are a Discord member. So we're going to test this out here, see if we can get the audio locked in and get all that stuff going on. So we may be around here just testing. You guys can maybe give us some feedback on the audio. But we're gonna kind of work through that here and see how that goes before market opens here. What's up, Adidas? I got you backstage here. I'm gonna transition here real quick.
Testing, testing. Good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. How you doing? Testing, testing.
I'm an idiot. I forgot to unmute us, Adidas. Okay, now we're unmuted. All right, chat. We're back on live here. Adidas is on both on Discord and on YouTube right now. So if you're a Discord member who is worried about the lag with Adidas being on YouTube, you should be able to tune in on Discord and avoid the lag. We just wanted to hop on here real quick and test audio.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Good morning. Hello, hello. Audio test.
It sounds good on my end. Chat, does everything sound good to you guys? No crazy echoes or anything like that? Does audio sound solid? Everything sounds good on my end. Adidas went good here. Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Cool. All right. Well, then, do you want to step away a quick minute here while we wait for Jordan to get him set up, or are you looking anything pre-market?
No. Yeah, I just came on to make sure we're all set up here. So I'll be back right before open.
Okay, cool, guys. Yeah, we're just going to step away here just for 5 or 10 minutes. And so make sure you guys are kind of locked in, getting the mindset right. We've been saying it all week. You don't want to do anything dumb before the holidays. So make sure, you're mentally in the right place. You have your risk managed in check today, all that good stuff. So don't want to do anything big damage. We want to finish the year strong here. So be prepared mentally to have your emotions in check, take what the market gives us, and let's finish strong here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Adidas and Jordan in just a few minutes. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We're back for some live trading with Adidas and Jordan. What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Hey, doing well, man. How are you?
Doing good, doing good.
If they pull back here.
Jordan, is there any way you have headphones? I think we may, with the Discord and YouTube, I think we may get a little bit of the like double echo without the headphones. No rush.
Yeah,
Go ahead and do if you want. If you're looking at something at market open, don't. No rush.
Okay. Can I mute one?
Yeah. And maybe mute your Discord so we can't hear Adidas through Discord, and I think that should be good if that's possible.
All right. I just muted my Discord. How does that sound?
Yeah, we'll have to hear Adidas say something, but that sounds
A lot
good.
better.
Yeah. It's better, Diaz?
Yeah.
I'm still hearing him twice. I don't know why. Chad, are you guys hearing him twice? If it's just me, then no big deal. But
This is looking like a good juicy long.
we got a big gap up here with some CPI data pre-market. Still inside of yesterday's range.
I think if we hold here above 300, I'm gonna take this long.
Yes, I'm eyeing NQ longs too.
Yeah, guys, I'm eyeing long too. I'm looking for a pullback to about 305.
Yeah. Let's see if this bad boy holds. I'm eyeing NQ longs myself. We're looking at 1 micro on this though. Stops might be kind of wide. Yeah, I'm looking at 1 MNQ here, but got a decent enough target. If it holds.
Yeah, about 65, 75 points away from the low on the day.
We also have this short
break first.
We rejected right at the penny. No trade yet. Hope it's not a thing where they're about to shoot it up. It's super crazy.
All right, guys. I'm longs here. All right, guys. I'm in 306. Long 306 here. 20 point stop. Is YouTube okay? Can you guys hear me?
I'm hearing like it's coming through to me like twice. Like I'm hearing you say it. I think like through my headphones, and then I think I'm hearing it come through somewhere else. I'm not sure where. If it's Discord or.
It's probably Discord too. I heard the same thing.
If I mute the Discord, we have that same problem. I think. Should I mute the Discord?
Can you mute your? See, but you're listening through your headphones. So I don't know why it would come out. Like if you could mute like hearing on the Discord, just so you're hearing Jordan through OBS, and we're not hearing anything from Discord, but like Discord can still hear you. I think that should work, but.
I'm stopping.
See if we come retest this opening print. Rejection right now, value area higher.
We rejected right off the short draw.
See if we catch a bounce.
Yeah, for me, I don't have very many levels here based off of my hourly system after yesterday's sell-off. Got a couple ones that would be I could consider, but technically they've been a little bit invalidated. So I'm gonna kind of use probably the opening print here as my line in the sand.
Yeah, we're testing it right now.
Yeah.
I definitely wanted to find some support here. So we get a little bit of a POC shift back to the upside.
I mean, we rejected that short draw, so I'm gonna have to wait for that break.
Still cash, you guys don't trace me yet.
Chat, YouTube, how does audio sound to you guys? We haven't heard any feedback from you guys yet. I don't know if you guys are hearing the duplicate Adidas or if it sounds good on your end.
Okay, pulling back.
Okay, so it sounds like YouTube's not getting the double audio. I'll add a little volume to the guys here. Let's see.
Come on, let's find some support here. Yeah. I mean, we eventually have to kind of.
You should be able to hear me on both. There's just a weird echo for some reason. I guess it's just for us.
Yeah, good there too. Okay, yeah. All right, guys, I turned their volume up a little bit, but that's cool. If audio's good on your end, I can deal with a little bit of echo. It's not a big deal. Just like we're trading in a house with high ceilings, you know what I'm saying? We get that.
Okay. Real cash. Let's see. It's trying to find. It looks like it's trying to flip and find some support here.
Yeah, I have VIX bouncing at some support. I'd like to see it start to break down. And NQ back above opening print. Both those things would line up.
I kind of want to take a long here.
It's getting weak a little bit right now. Let's see.
Guys, I'm for 230s here. We hit 230 and how we get there for long. If we break below it, long's voided.
Come on, let's make this an easy day. Let's see.
Dow and Russell holding up a little bit better than ES and NQ right now.
I guess he's potentially looking to come to this 211. It's bleeding though. I wouldn't try to catch a fall knife right now.
Yeah, guys, long voided for me.
If this guys kind of eyeing potentially shorts right here. I'm gonna check once. Not anything yet, but
validated this long drop quite a bit. Almost 40 points.
Look at one potential MNQ. Let's see if it holds. And bouncing again. Oh, I got an area left. Nothing nice. All right.
No, there's nothing for me right now. Watching.
He bounced. I'm not anything. You would have heard me call it cash. Oh, Discord can't hear me. Can they?
How have the lives been?
They've been good. Karen's been crushing it every time she comes on.
We got her, Amar, and Zach, and Aaron.
Yeah, so Aaron does like a morning breakdown every day, and then he does where he just goes over all his stuff. I mean, I'm sure you guys have probably seen it before.
Yeah, same stuff in Discord.
Yeah. Same thing he would be doing. Just goes through all the different indices, all that stuff. And then he comes back every day at noon for like a nooner and does a recap. And then we have Zach's been doing Tuesdays, and then Mondays have been either Karen and Amar, or just Karen, or just Amar, kind of switches. And then Wednesdays is kind of same thing, either one or both of them.
Nice.
And Fuzz kind of alternates in there too, with Karen and Amar.
I need to watch them, but I'm trading.
Yeah.
I'll have to hop on after.
Karen trades Adidas like not the same style as you, but she's like you in where she's very open to kind of flipping her bias from long to short, and taking like scalp sleeves runners, like similar in that style. Doesn't use like the fibs. She uses more, I think, like EMAs and and stuff like that. But she's been impressive since we started the show.
Awesome.
Oh man, I'm not gonna lie. I am looking at a short. It just stops are so wide.
I know.
It'd be 100 points for me.
It'd be 100-point stop. I mean, I didn't get the trigger, but
I'll throw some names up for Sean. Sorry.
If it happens, it could bleed, but I didn't even get the trigger.
We are in this long draw. That's the only thing. But the short for me would be a 90-point stop. So I can't take that.
No, it's like kind of like playing within. We're playing within each value area, so I'm not sure what I do.
This looks like we're not going to get anything for a little bit. Let's see if we can get a move.
Let me see.
And we have a yellow folder, natural gas, but that's not till later.
Not doing anything.
I'm gonna mute. I mute the Discord when I'm gonna get in a trade just because of the echo.
Wait, can Discord not hear none of us?
There's an echo. My Discord's on.
Adidas, did you spell your name Adides?
Yes. Jordan, you're muted in Discord.
Okay. But I thought they could hear you.
Yeah, they can. It's just there's an echo.
Squirrel said he couldn't hear you.
Oh, I unmuted myself.
Adidas, what's your social media handle? Do you use social?
Bro, I feel this thing's about to flush.
I mean, those wicks are 30 points.
I'm just looking at stops to see how wide stops are. I mean, we were bouncing at very low, but I don't know. The way this thing's looking like we might get like one of those violent candles. Or we're gonna stay within this range. It's been holding.
Yeah, there it is.
Is this long trying to hold?
Guys, if we get a 1 minute candle close above 40, I'm gonna take a long here.
Get some action in here.
Long wood.
I'm gonna mark off this orb low right here at about 175.50. I know if we do.
You know what? I'm gonna take a long off this 50 fib actually. Guys, I'm eyeing longs here. All right, guys, I'm in at 195 long 20 points stop.
I'm not sure it is. I might have to fade you if this holds.
This last long.
Yeah, I might have to fade you. Yeah.
Stops are just I can't get away with 20 points. Still in this long here.
Guys, I'm eyeing sells if this holds beneath 175 ish. It'll only be one M and Q. Let's see. We break
I'm
one
not sure
two.
what that noise is.
It's like a sprinkler or something.
Yeah, it's weird.
Sure.
I feel like it stops when I start
Oh.
talking though. That's odd.
All right, guys, I am long here. Try to take another stab. We drop down. I'm looking for us to drop back down to 80. I'll take this long.
I don't understand where that's coming from. No problem, Sean. No problem. We got it.
All right, guys, I'm long here. I want to make sure we don't break 80 down.
This has been the most annoying freaking 20 minutes ever. What are we about to do, man? Are we short? Are we long?
All right, guys. Oh my God, I missed it. My trade of 8 lagged. I couldn't get in that long. I did mention though, if we hit 80 and bounce back, I would have taken that long.
Yeah.
Let's see if we get it again. Oh, that hurts. That was an easy 40 points.
This is
All right, guys, we break above 40 long here. This would be another, so I would have added in here. All right, guys, looking for this candle close. I just need it at 40 though.
oh well. We back above.
All right, guys, I'm long 40 here. 20 points up. I really wish I got in on that my initial long here. This is a continuation of that.
Get back above his opening print. That would be good.
If we get a candle above 56, we did it. All right, guys, that's 21 points. Need more. I'm gonna go ahead and put stops to break even on this one. No trim yet.
Shoot.
I'm gonna take a trim here. Points.
We are approaching very high. Let's see if we can close above that.
Stop still breaking.
Come back down.
Come on. I'm not anything. I'd like to re-enter this along. Good job. Good suggestion. I clicked buy and traded it, I think around 185, but it didn't execute, so I didn't. For this next long, I need to pull back to the 30s.
It's looking like it's trying to flip. I'm sorry. See this holds. Come on, damn it. Push.
I'll be looking longs if we pull back to 55 here. I'll need to pull back to 55 now.
Guys, if we close above this level, I'm buying longs here.
Back at the opening print, ES back above.
We're looking at 2 MNQ.
I don't want to take this long.
I'm buying longs here, 2 MNQ. I see if we break 291. Come on, break it.
Guys, if we hit 55 and don't break down, get a 1 minute close, I'll be long.
Every time we get a move, it's just right back down.
Still have the short 315. We got the short 15-minute order block. Next long would be above 300.
Guys, we're going to be giving away a 150K Lucid test account. They also have a good sale running right now, 40% off with code StockDads on their 25K, 50K accounts. And if you're a first-time user, it's 50% off on your first 2 accounts.
Fire.
It's been seeing all the drama with Top Step and Project X going down. Has been affected by that at all?
A little bit, yeah. I think we had got lucky because we had caught the trade right before the glitch yesterday.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, definitely. Man, what are we doing?
Sitting at the opening here still. I like to see a little sideways on the 2-minute here. So I can kind of get a place, put a tighter stop. RTY longs don't look bad here either. Banks strong, VIX falling, RTY right above its open here.
I see if we can find some support. No one's really talking. Nothing's really like.
No, we're just waiting to start.
Yeah.
Literally nothing's happening.
I just tried a little bit of RTY. See if we can hold the open here. You guys should cuss about it. If RTY stops me out, I will. Squirrel.
Do we still have that square jump?
Yeah, we do. We actually filled it. I think actually Jordan was the man of the hour right at the end of the day on
I
Thursday.
did.
You said hell. You said like some, I don't know. We were talking about dating. You said like what the hell or something. I can't remember what it was, but we ended up getting it's randomized, and $20 is like, I don't know, like a percent. It has like a 1% chance or something. I forget exactly what the percentages are, but we ended up getting like a $20 add-in when I clicked it for Jordan. So it pushed us over the finish line there.
So
And then we gave it away to Mika. I think she's a Discord member. She won it on Monday.
Nice.
Okay, I mean, it's like this thing is holding like it's trying to flip bullish. It's just I'm not sure. We just don't have the volume coming in right now.
Yeah, VIX a little attempted to hold support here again, but starting to break down again. Bank's so strong.
I haven't used bank in years.
Just been watching it when I'm trading the Russell or the Dow.
No, for sure.
Jordan, I was trying to visit you, man. We wanted to get Fred again tickets, and I missed the freaking code that you need to buy tickets.
I'm also actually just got to good old ATL.
Oh, really? You're in Atlanta right now?
I'm in Atlanta right now. Yeah, that's why I'm like not like my normal setup.
Okay.
So I'll be here for like a month.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, Fred announced like 2 shows every weekend in January in New York, and I was like, damn, I'm trying to go. But tickets are they're gonna be a bitch. That one's for you, Squirrel.
Yeah, a lot of sideways action right now.
Yeah, we'll see.
This is tough, man. Maybe I should have shorted that 300. Wow.
It's like I said, it's like what are we trying to do?
Guys, I think I'm going to be eyeing shorts if we get back up to 50. I'd like to short 50 or so. Let's see if we can get in. Yeah, things are looking pretty bad. Doesn't look like I'm gonna get this 50 short.
Price action. Like we were looking like we're gonna have a good day.
See, now we have a. It's crazy. I go from no setups to now I wanna.
Go crazy.
Guys, I'm gonna take this short here. 23. All right, I'm in.
I got stopped on RTY there.
20-point stop here.
Yeah, 15-minute does look ugly.
I'm gonna look bearish too. I mean, we continue, we keep bouncing.
Gotta risk it for the biscuit.
There you go.
Yeah, we break beneath 197.
All right, guys, there's 15 plus. Keep going.
Looking at the same story.
I'll take a trim at 200 here.
Just like come down and hold though.
All right, guys. The trim here at 99.
Oh, bro, got right to fire area low and bounced.
Just a quick 20-pointer. All right, guys. So on the next trim will be at 173.
Come on, flush.
I wish I had that code at 50 though that I wanted.
I'm eyeing sells here myself. He's balancing, man. I'm not seeing anything. We're in a range, bro. I hate these range days.
Good stuff, Alpha Mir. Have a good one.
Are we gonna hold this or not?
All right, guys. Almost 30 here. But you know what? I'm gonna take my trim at 75. See if we can get there. Risk-free trade.
I mean, yeah, this looks like it could die.
All right, guys. It's 35. See if we hit my next trim here at 75. Come on. All right, guys, I'm going to call it here. Our last trade.
Looking at NQ cells here. One MNQ.
Guys, I'm going to go ahead and take that trim at 82. And I'm going to trail from break even.
Yeah, I am looking at one MNQ here short.
All right, guys, y'all have a good one. Good luck.
All right, see you, Adidas. Have a good one, man.
Peace.
See if we break 178. Let's see. Flirt in. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and take an NQ sell right here. Just in one MNQ. Just want to put a stab. My stop is at 226. I got fill at 294.
Definitely got some room to break down back towards yesterday's low if we
just
want to get ugly here.
Just want to take a stab.
See the daily chart here rejected yesterday's open so far.
You kind of don't flush out, be telling time, or be playing the range. So stop is at 228.
Let's see here. Don't want to see the double bottom.
You won't get weak. You want to flush.
Oh no, I realized I just changed our layout. I got Karen's name above your video. What's up, Karen?
Come on, let's break down.
I don't technically have any levels here on NQ. We had this one from right here on Wednesday, but we got the close through it yesterday. So it's an area where you can see kind of held before, but it's looking like she wants to break down and make new lows here.
Yeah. It's like, can we just do it though? Come on, flush. If we can lose these lows, we'll definitely flush. We got the POC shift. We got everything we kind of wanted beneath this.
VIX is holding that support again. VIX just got a nice little bounce here. Should see a break lower. VIX is breaking higher here. Let's see. GME filled its earnings gap down already.
GameStop?
Yeah.
Man, been so long.
I still watch it. I still have some shares, but their earnings there, I forget what it was. Their revenue dropped and it missed, but their profitability was like way more profitable. Like I think it was up like $100 million or something, and then their Bitcoin on hand was a lot. Like there are actually a lot of things to like about it, but it gapped down pretty bad on earnings. It's filled that gap already.
Wait. Oh yeah, I'm on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I know the Discord, Adidas, because he's in and out so fast, needed to use it because of the delay. But if you want to,
I'll mute myself.
no, yeah, you probably could do that. But I'm just gonna say, even if you just want to go full YouTube, I mean, if there's people still watching in Discord, might as well just stick around in there.
Yeah, I mean, this would be the only trade I'm taking, honestly. So, based on how price action is looking.
Gotcha.
But I just want to see if we flush here. I mean, it's kind of went light for a reason.
Definitely looks like it has the potential.
It's just like
See here, not letting the giveaway quite yet. That VIX 5-minute bar popped higher, but then put in an upper wick. Pump up the cussing.
Come on, break down.
I think it at least would come down and tag VWAP here.
No, right? Like,
Yeah, just sitting.
it's just
at
sitting.
180 won't break it. This is the area though where we break down for another leg lower, or we get double bottom.
Yeah, that's like
If this cracks, it should start to crack pretty good, you'd think.
Come on.
Shorts definitely with the daily trend here.
Mm-hmm. Come on, you want a break? It's like, come on.
Oh, you know what? I did say I'd give you guys one if I got stopped on RTY, which I did. Fucking RTY.
Oh my gosh.
Got you, Chad. I'm a man of the people.
Yeah, stops at 227. Looks like we're about to get tapped.
Yeah, VIX starting to roll over here. If it starts to roll over, I think you could see some shorts trapped
I
here.
got tapped here.
Yeah. Might try the long here. What would be the stop? 160.
Now we're in a tight range, man.
I know. That's what it's like. It's like we could be getting trapped the other way if I get too excited about it.
We're in that tight range.
Yeah, you could play the range lows to highs here.
Yeah.
But your stop, you're looking at 40. Yeah, you're like at 70 points. I guess you could get away with about 60 points, but I don't think I'm gonna F around and find out. It's not like, yeah, we talked about that, right? If it's not an F, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looked like we about to get weak and break down, but it just looks like there's no more volume for real at this point. So I went with one. Yeah, looks like now it's trying to.
Strong bar there. About 15. Dude, that 15 minutes an ugly looking 15 minute. VIX might want new lows though. 70.
Stops are so wide. Yeah, that's looked bullish.
Yeah. I'd like to find a spot for some NQ longs here, but I also don't want to buy the top of the range just for it to break right back down. VIX right back at the lows here. It's a 5-minute close, very strong right above the OP here. Almost want like a little 2-minute resistance here that gives me a 2-minute 1 or 2 bar pullback. Buy setup.
Yeah. I'm gonna call it here. Stops are wide.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like this potential long, but stops were just so wide. I took a stab at one MQ, but took about a 48-point loss there. But maybe we rally higher.
I feel you, man. I feel you.
Price action today was just tricky.
Tricky, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just pretty rangy action, which is, I feel like we've been dealing some strong moves down and then some rangy action. It's been one or the other. So we'll see if we get a little breakout to the upside, a little fall through or not. But thanks for hanging out. Merry Christmas. Enjoy your time in Atlanta.
For sure, brother.
And we'll catch you in January.
All right, man. I'll see
bro.
you soon.
Have a good one.
All right, you too.
All right, chat. Let's see here. Consider one more stab on some longs. I almost even like to maybe see a little breakout above that gives us some sort of pullback where we can try to enter on a potential higher low on either on a 2 or 5 minute higher low. Hopefully it doesn't just break out and run away on us. We'll see. We'll see. We're going to give away a month to TradeZilla. If you saw the reel we posted yesterday, the TradeZilla reel. But a month to TradeZilla. If you are interested in a free month of TradeZilla to try it out, trade journaling software, back testing, trade review, it'll replay your trades. There's education on it. If you're interested in a free month of trying out TradeZilla, aka TradeZilla, drop your name in the chat. We'll get it added to the wheel here and we'll spin the wheel. While we sit here and see if NQ can give us a little 2 or 5 minute pullback. Chat, anybody get affected by the Top Step Project X outages? I saw a lot of drama going down on X. Did they about how they reset? I think even if you were green, maybe they were just like resetting everything. Like you didn't get your loss or your win, depending on how it affected you. 2 days in a row there after they launched their own broker. It's got to be frustrating, I'm sure. It's new highs here on NQ and ES. Not on the Russell or the Dow yet. New lows on the VIX. Oh, I can't believe I dropped the ball on Fred so bad. I've been watching this whole tour he was on for the code that you need for the tickets, and thought his tour was done, so I quit paying attention, and then he drops 6 more dates in NYC, and I missed it. Nobody wanting the TradeZilla month, huh? Drop your name in the chat if you want to have a chance to win a free month to TradeZilla. Oh, it's Snipe. I don't know if you're still on Snipe. I just saw your message. It sold out in 13 minutes. Oh man, I don't think Jake got any either. Oh man, the 2 minute just gave us a little 2 minute pause bar doji. I wish it would have pulled back into the opening print just to give us a little bit more of a place to put a stop. It's a strong 15-minute close there. I like the longs for, I mean, I like the Qs for higher, but our multiple, our risk to reward is pretty skewed here. If we try getting an entry up here, depending on how big of a move you're willing to hold, try and hold for. But if we definitely have some resistance here around from 25,500, 25,400, that area here. So I mean, some room up to 25,500 isn't totally off the table. That's still a ways away. All 6 New York shows sold out already. Damn. Bummer. Ah, give us the 2 minute pullback, Qs. All right, Squirrel. Eddie Squirrel's the only one here throwing his hat in the ring. As of right now, Squirrel, it's going to you. Unless we get somebody else wanting to step up. Anybody got any good Christmas gifts, last minute Christmas gift suggestions? I feel like I'm so bad at buying Christmas gifts. Anybody buy their kids something cool? Was it TradeZella, Squirrel? Do you have TradeZella? Do you want to try TradeZella? Let me look at the sheet. You want a Lucid account? We could save it, do it during the nooner maybe. Damn, she's just pushing. She's just pushing. She's not giving us the entry. Maybe RTY. again. I don't know. RTY just likes to let me down sometimes, so I don't know. Bank looked like it was going to roll over, now looking like it's going to hold. Yeah, Squirrel, if you're interested in trying out TradeZello, I'm down. Hook you up with a month. You've been a loyal viewer. We like hooking up the loyal viewers. $0.50 coldest troll yet. Buying 50% of Jim Jones podcast. Let's rap about it. That's funny. Apparently 50 Cent and Jim Jones have a beef, and 50 bought half his podcast. That's hilarious. Did you guys ever hear the story? When he was beefing with, I think it was Ja Rule, he bought like all the tickets to like the first like 5 or 10 front rows of Ja Rule's concert. So when the concert started, there's nobody in the first 5 or 10 rows. Oh man, 50 is so petty. He's one dude you don't want to beef with. So chat, any feedback coming into the new year? Is there anything that you guys would like to see differently on StockDads TV? Those of you that are still hanging out with us today, is there any improvements you'd like to see? Any differences you'd like to see? Anything we can do differently? Please feel free to give us any feedback. The reason we're going to wrap after this week, we're going to spend the next couple weeks attempting to we're going to prepare for the game show. We're going to make some changes to the game show, improve that. We're going to get a lot more content flowing out here, so hopefully help things grow via the short form content. But if there's any other improvements we can make, we're going to institute some the 4K settings. But if there's anything else you guys would like to see, whatever it is, different types of content, different things at all, please, I would love a solid brainstorming session. Give me any ideas. We can make things either more fun, more educational, give more value. Obviously, as the show continues to grow, if we're getting more viewers, stuff like that, I'm sure there will be more brands and companies that are willing to work with us in terms of giveaways, and we can continue to scale that stuff up. Obviously, we've done a decent bit under the circumstances as is. Well, looking like the break to the upside. RTY now not RTY. YM now making new highs. RTY not quite there yet. Just a little early on the RTY one. It's a bummer. It's 2 days in a row. I just a couple minutes early. NQ looking like it's going to come to test yesterday's high here, completely erasing yesterday's move down. We did have the CPI pre-market, the kind of, I think that's when we got the push up. Yeah, it was a pretty flat overnight session. Let's see. We had a little bit, we were flat until it looks like about midnight we started grinding up kind of slowly. And then the CPI data came out, got the big boost. And now after some tight range, we're getting that push back up, completely erasing the previous day's red bar. Which I think, let's see, let me look at this daily chart. Yeah, if we erase this this red bar that we got here yesterday, and we're able to get above this high. I think longs heading into Friday, maybe an overnight swing even. I may look into taking QQQ Friday expirations if this bar ends up closing today strong. All right, Squirrel. We'll catch you later, brother. This is right now we're right at yesterday's opening print. Seeing a little resistance here right now, but we'll see. Almost a pullback. This is yesterday's open. Almost a pullback into the back into sort of the top of the range from earlier that looks to hold. We could turn this area of resistance into support. 3, and you could maybe look to take a long from the 320 area up into the 440 area. But who knows? Well, it's looking like we might just head straight there. Potentially try something now, but just the R multiple is not there for me. Have to have a wider stop than I would. It would be a negative R to R, negative risk to reward from here. See, we'll give it a few minutes, see if it rips straight there. I think it's just going to be more of a patience game where I'm looking for more of some sort of pullback that we can get an overnight swing entry. If we would get the pullback there right now within the next 15 minutes here, back into 25.320s, so it gives us an attempt to hold. I'd look for maybe an intraday move, but if we rip straight up to the previous day high here, I think we'll probably just have to call it and wait for an afternoon swing entry. It's kind of what's my game plan for the time being. So we'll see here. We'll give it the next 15 minutes or so, or see if we rip straight into previous day high. Any data? Let's check and see. Any data? Tomorrow. All right, so we got core PCE tomorrow at 8:30. And we got existing home sales tomorrow at 10. Yeah, guys, I think you look at this, right? We were at the daily chart's been really weak, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. We've seen 4 red days, 2 pretty big red days on the NQ in a row. And then we get the move up that kind of consolidates. And this move looked pretty juicy for a short. And I think it just ended up trapping a lot of shorts here, which allowed us to get this nice kind of squeeze short trap. Back up until yesterday's open here. I guess it depends which way you look at. This was yesterday's New York open. The overnight open or above. Give us a pullback into 320s here. Try a little stab to wrap up the live trading session. Last live trading session of 2025 on StockDads TV. We're flying solo here to wrap it up. Also, chat, if anybody wants to compete in Trading the Game Show in January, please reach out. DMs are open, either the Discord, the StockDads TV. Either tag me in Discord. My Discord username is at Risk Life News. DM me on Instagram, also at Risk Life News. send me a message and let me know. We'll get you set up to compete on Trading the Game Show, which is going to be sponsored by Tradeify Funding in January. And the winner of the game show will win either a direct to funded account, so no challenge or evaluation required, or one of the larger 150K challenge accounts from Tradeify Funding. So if you guys want to get involved in that, make sure you reach out and we'll get you scheduled. That should add some more fun to Trading the Game Show, the afternoon segment. I got a buddy that wants to come on and do a reoccurring gambling segment with us. Big parlay guy. I think we'll work that in a little bit next year. Your boy turns the big 3-5 here. Turning 35, Christmas Day. Woo. What do we got? 7 days, 1 week. We got officially 1 week till Christmas. I should have rocked the Christmas blazer today. 35, halfway through the 30s officially. Just watching for a pullback to 320s here. Pullback to 320s that gives us a potential higher low. Just want a little bit deeper pullback than the 2 minutes given us right now. So we go 386 to 447. 60 points. All right. Still seeing a little bit of resistance here on NQ, which I'm okay with. I'd like to see a little bit more of a pullback that offers a potential entry here. We did get our first hourly close of the day, which gave us the pretty strong looking green hammer. Bank's looking strong here. Could take an entry here at the tight stop. Like 20 points. It's not. I feel like I'd be rushing it a little bit. So nobody's got any feedback for me, huh? Let's see. Do entry at 80. Stop at 60. Target 447. We'll see here. Market watch looking nice and bright and green today. All right, another red 2-minute close. All right, I just tried an entry here. It's 69.75. I'm looking at VIX. We're rejected break back down into the lows here. I think we're gonna come tag previous day's high. I don't know if we get the pullback all the way back to 25,321. Tight stop. We're gonna put the stop at 54.50. All right, off to a decent start here. So far, looking solid. VIX's new lows there. It's like a 20-point stop, so we'll see. Aiming for about 60 points, so about a 3-to-1 or 1-to-3 risk to reward. I want 25,386 to break here. I like the 5-minute hammer close. Come on. Don't normally use this type of a stop on NQ. So we'll see, but pretty very manageable. This is what I was watching on the VIX here. This bar was starting to break down and make new lows as we were trying to hold here, but looking like we're gonna reject 386 again. See here, still battling on this 2-minute bar. So it's tricky because I think it's one of those trades I could easily get stopped on, and then it kind of continues to go sideways for a little longer and eventually works. But so the way VIX was breaking down, I wasn't confident that we were going to get the bigger pullback for the entry that I would have preferred. Let's see. She's coming for us. All right, sweep doesn't hold. Flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it, bop it, twist it, pull it, bop it, flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it, bop it, flip it, twist it, pull it. You guys ever play the bop it? Didn't get us yet here. Let's break that 2-minute low. Didn't quite take me out yet, but probably will. Yes, 2-minute holding a little bit better here, showing a little more strength. Interesting, the Russell never got the break above its first 5-minute bar high. Just toying with me. There she is. No dice. Vic's got that stab lower, but immediately kind of back into the range here. It's gonna just be a little. Watch it flip and run from here now. Stopped out by 2 points. So I don't like going that tight of a stop on NQ. Generally, I'd give it a little bit more room, but that'll be annoying if it flips and it follows through. But we'll see. I'm gonna hold off for now. I'd like to see it. We'll see if we get a little bit of a deeper pullback. But at this point, I'm kind of maybe more interested to see how things look this afternoon with a strong close. Potentially look to take an overnight swing into tomorrow. So for right now, we're gonna step away for a bit of a break here, and then we'll be back on to wrap up StockDads TV in 2025 with Aaron's Nooner. He always drops a ton of value, and we'll wrap up the giveaways with Aaron. I'm not sure. We'll see how action looks for this afternoon. If we're going to come on with Jordan this afternoon, or this afternoon if they're available for a little while. But Aaron's definitely on for the Nooner, so make sure you guys stick around for that. Also, we'll do one last reminder here about the Lucid 40% off with code StockDads, and if you're a new user, you get 50% off your first 2 accounts. Plus, they're doing a 20K giveaway to get you entered to win. Plus, I think DJ said he's giving a free day inside the Discord for every account you purchase using code StockDads. So, a bunch of different things going on there with the Lucid deal. You can use code StockDads at all your favorite prop firms. And Sean, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for tuning in. I know it stinks. We're gonna be gone for a little while here, but make sure you guys enjoy the holidays, enjoy the time with your family and friends. In the meantime, just know we're not gonna be sitting around doing nothing. We're gonna be working in the background, trying to improve things and make them better for you guys. So make sure you guys tune in when we're back in January. Hopefully we'll have a little bit more of an a little more polished product for you guys. And yeah, thank you guys for all your support these first 2 months of StockDads TV. It's been real. Like I said, Aaron will be back on this afternoon, and I'll be back on. We'll do the giveaways. Yeah, man. If you have any suggestions in terms, I know Lomenko is another guy, but there's a few things, Sean, that I'd like to do. We've talked about, and like, I by no means I'm not a developer or software engineer or anything like that. I basically, anything I need to figure out how to do, I'll use AI or whatever to help me walk through it. But we want to switch. I got to add the 4K settings. I know how to do that. I went to do it. It just threw all the layouts off the one day, and I've just been busy. So I'll add the 4K settings. But a few other things that I think we'd like to maybe do is the Discord alerts, right? When the trader sends an alert out into the Discord, it comes up in their alert channel, and I think it would be cool to do that on stream as well. That whenever they send the alert to the Discord that they're entering a trade, that we get kind of like alert pop up that gives us the trade they're entering, the strike, all that good stuff. However it comes up in the Discord, it would be cool while they're on stream if it also came up as like a graphic on stream. So I'd like to set that up. Yeah, try to think if there's anything else off the top of my mind. We're gonna clean some things up with the game show, but yeah, reach out to me, man. I don't know if you're on Instagram. That's where I'm most active on social media, or if you're on Discord. But at Risk Life News, shoot me a DM, and then that way I have your contact info. We can kind of chat if I need any suggestions, any advice or anything. NQ looking like it's gonna be a baby back bitch right now. We'll give you guys another swear jar before we hop off. We got stopped out by 2 points, and now we're back at our entry, flipping green here. So it's looking like we just gave that one a little bit too tight of a stop. Oh, that one's gonna eat at me if this plays out to target here. For some reason, you took that long and you gave it a little bit wider stop than me, and you're still in it. First target for me was previous day's high at 25.4, 47.75. See if it plays out. It'll be a bit frustrating if it does, but oh well, that's trading. That happens sometimes, right? All right. I think that's it for right now. We'll have Aaron back on for the nooner. Thank you guys again for your support. Peace out. Love you guys. We'll talk to you guys soon. Don't go anywhere, or if you do go somewhere, be back and nooner for Aaron's nooner because he's gonna be dropping his knowledge as he always does. What's up, everybody? We're back with Aaron for his nooner. Go ahead and take it away, Aaron.
What's up, everybody? Make sure you say hi, let everybody get in. Hope everybody had a good morning. Getting ready for our first pullback here. Gold on a tear. Chose violence. All right. Morning, Adrian, or afternoon, Adrian. Morning, or what's up, Mr. Wealth? Guess it is morning for you, Adrian, out there. All right, give everybody another minute. What's up, Squirrel? How are we doing? Morning for you out there, too. Good morning. All right. Give everybody another minute. Yeah, we'll give everybody another minute. Get in. Everybody kind of winding down, right for the holidays. Well, hope you guys had a good morning. Nice rip, nice rebound, huh? Beach ball underwater. What's up, Mr. Mika? All right. Okay, let's get started, guys. All right, so remember, this is the last full week we have in 2025, right? So here's where we're sitting. So on the VIX, now this is VX, the VIX futures. This is what we need to start watching right here. Okay, on the continuous contract, where'd it go? Okay, on the continuous contract, we've got to start watching our old contract lows to new contract highs. Okay, now remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right, this is the futures of that index. So this is what we're watching. This is drawn on TradingView. You're just going to have to draw it from 1595 to 1890. All right, 1595 to 1890, and that'll give you the right draw. All right, because this pullback, right, this is what can lead to big explosion type scenarios. All right, it doesn't happen every time, but it's an area that we need to watch. So whether you're looking at the continuous or you're looking at the F, the specific F contract, we're drawing from these highs. All right, this is highs of the week basically. All right, right there. Okay, so we're drawing on the continuous, and I'll probably just start watching this now because we've got enough data. Let's just draw from the 1890 down to these 1823s. What's up, Rick? What's up, Laura? All right, and there was our pullback this morning, right? And there was the indice long right there. All right, now we've hit our target. Okay, so we're going to continue unless we fall through this. All right, unless we fall through that. You can see the profit taking coming off the target. We're just going to continue to trail from these highs. All right, so you can see there's a pullback. All right, so that's on the continuous. Okay, we're just drawing from the 1890s now to the 1805s. If we see us just melt, then eventually we're going to draw up an extension. But that was right to target, and there's your profit taken. All right, so this would be indice weakness until we get VIX finds resistance back to indice strength. All right, if you go to the F contract, F26, all right, you're going to see similar, okay? These are from the 1895s. This is highs of the week to lows of the week, and it was right there. All right, highs of the week to lows of the week. Now we've hit our targets down here at these 1805s. So we're just going to continue to trail, right, from these highs of the week to lows of the week. Okay? What's interesting is we actually just hit. No, we didn't. Hang on a second. It's a little bit different. No, that's right. We hit this larger target. All right. From this short that we were in forever, that was annoying, right? And we finally went down and hit that target. So we have the same draw anyway. So highs of the week on Monday, that's 1895 to lows. All right. So one tick difference between the continuous me clean this up a little bit. Not that, that. One tick difference between the continuous and the new contract, and that's just because of when they rolled it over. All right, because I think the 1890, probably right there. Yeah, there's the 1890. So they rolled it over right there. So there's a one tick difference in here. So nothing crazy. All right, so if you want to look at F, there we go. If you're looking at F, 1895 to 1805. All right, that pullback right there. All right, this would be a pullback long on the indices once it gets up here. Okay, so the VIX is in shorts, indices are in longs. All right, I'm just going to watch the continuous here. Make it easy on everybody. All right, so once we get down into the 1775 areas, we'll have to watch. Okay. All right, but unless we break short setups, nothing changes. We can just continue to go down in shorts all the way, all the way down. All right. Okay, so you'll see the indices weakening right now as the VIX is making this pullback, and then we'll watch for this next measured move short right here. Okay. There's a measured move short on the VIX, measured move long on the indices. Okay. And it's going to on TradingView, Omar. That's what I'm explaining. Is because TradingView rolls it at a different time. So you're going to draw from the 1890, all right, to the 1805. TradingView rolls it at a really weird time and doesn't make a whole lot of sense why they roll it when they do. So just use this, 1890 to 1805, right? Or you can go, like I showed, you can go to the new contract, the F contract, and you're just drawing from the high of the week, 1895 to lows. Same draw, just a tick difference. All right, got it, Omar? So you just kind of got to make a weird draw. You just got to make a weird draw on TradingView. That's something that, you guys, TradingView peeps, you just have to deal with once a month. Okay? All right. Any questions, guys? Any questions on the VIX? Now, if we go up and break this, we could make a pull. It's a whole different conversation. Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. So bank is still in longs. These are the financials in our markets, right? When bank is rising, that puts a tailwind behind the indices. When bank is falling, that's a headwind. So we had this big run this morning, right? Well, the indices have lost the financials right now. All right. We can start watching. There's a target up here. We can start watching. Now, bank's just an index. It's not traded, so it doesn't have to be exactly technical. But we can watch from these December 12th lows, right? It's a little sloppy there. We can watch from those December 12th lows to highs and see if we get some support there. But until bank turns around, more than likely what's going to happen as we get into the afternoon is the VIX will find resistance, right? But we could just start chopping around because the lower participation we have. All right, and then bank, it'd be tough for bank to get a run with lower participation. Okay, so we're just seeing pullbacks right now. All right, so moving on to the ES. Now this is what the ES looks like. We traded into this pullback. All right, and you'll see the same thing on the NASDAQ. Remember, the VIX leads, right? The VIX leads. So from our lows on November 21st, this was the next in a series of measured moves. From November 21st to our highs on December 11th, we traded right into that 38.2. Now we have broken the opposing move. All right, we traded here and we broke this short from highs. All right. Short from highs was from the 15th down here to our lows. We broke that. All right. So, and the VIX broke the long. So we're watching for these pullbacks right there. Okay. Those are the pullbacks we're watching for. Now, this could be sloppy, right? Because this isn't going to stop going down and bounce until the VIX rolls over. All right. So you just got to wait for this to roll over to find resistance, and then the indices are going to bounce. All right. So there we go. And we still have our half, unless we just filled the half. No, half is way down there. We've still got the half gap filled down here. So could we fill the half? Yeah, we could. Right. It just all depends on the VIX. Right. So we'll watch these pullbacks here. But we did trade support, break the short. All right. So we'll see how much participation we have. Right. Once the VIX gets up here. All right. So we're almost there. We're within, let's see, 48. If we round to 50, 2 ticks would be 40. So we're within our 2 ticks right now. All right, so we'll see if we start getting a reaction there. Again, if this blows through for some reason, right, we can come back to highs. Who knows, right? But this would be our next in a series, right? Because we already traded it once, right there. Target, profit taking. All right, and we don't know of any resistance below us until we get down to our old contract lows, new contract highs. All right. So we could continue in these measured moves. But more than likely what will happen if we do hold these, we'll end up going into extension shorts. All right. Usually we'll get 1 or 2 traditionals and then we'll go into extension shorts. All right. That is if we hold these. Right. Like I said, it's a weird time of year. Right. It's a weird time of year. So we'll see. All right. And we're starting to get a reaction. All right, and that target would be up at 68.95. Okay, but we need the VIX to roll over first. Right, we need the VIX to roll over first. Okay, this next 15-minute candle will probably really tell the tale. All right, but we're starting to get a reaction. There it is. All right, starting to get a reaction up there. So we'll see if there's enough participation up there to knock us back down. All right, and then bank coming into its long, right? We'll see if it turns a corner. All right, so there we go. All right, we could actually come down here and fill this half. Remember, the indices are going to move farther, faster in the opposite way than the VIX is. So if the VIX doesn't roll over, you know, if it still has a few more ticks in it before it rolls over, the indices could fall into this half gap fill. All right, we'll see. All right, so there's the ES making its pullback. Now look at the NASDAQ. Okay, there was the NASDAQ's pullback, on the larger time frame. Okay, just perfect. It traded to the tick, literally to the tick. And that was from these lows on November 21st, same draw, to December 10th, and it traded to the tick right there. All right, now the NASDAQ hasn't broken. The NASDAQ's been the weakest. It hasn't broken this halfway back yet, but the ES did and the VIX did, right? So we're going to watch these pullbacks just like we are on the ES right there. Okay. So that's where those guys are sitting. All right. Falling into their pullbacks here. All right. YM and the Russells, right? Think bank. YM and the Russells are the most, get up there, the most sensitive to banks movements here. Let's look at the Russells. All right, so the Russells had this pullback this morning, okay, coming out of these lows. Now, it still has short setups above us, but we broke a short. There was a series of shorts going down, and we broke it, and this is our first pullback. All right, we had our first pullback this morning, never got to our target, so we just leave the draw right here, and there we're starting to get the reaction at that long right there. All right, so here comes our 12:15 candle. We'll see what this does. But just watch bank, watch the VIX, right? If bank continues to weaken this afternoon, then the Russells and the YM are going to be weak as well. Okay, if bank catches a bid and starts to head higher, then it's going to pull the Russells and the YM out of these long setups, right, to the upside. All right, so let's move on to the YM. There it is. Okay, here's the YM. Now here's the YM's long on the larger time frame. All right, it's from these lows on December 2nd to our highs. Okay, we traded into that. The YM didn't break this either. All right, that's a little sketchy. All right, the YM and the Russells were the strongest, right? Okay, but they haven't broken these shorts yet. So that's a little spooky right there. So they're going to need banks' help for sure, right? They're going to need banks' help. All right, we've already broken on the YM that lows to highs. See that? See how much weaker it is right now? My ES is like in here, NASDAQ's in here, it's already broken. So it's coming back down to lows. All right, it's coming back down to lows. All right, just watch bank. That's the easiest thing. So bank hasn't turned a corner yet. All right, you can just watch. You can see it on the YM. The bank hasn't turned a corner yet. All right. See that bank weakness right there? All right, okay, so a break, let's look at this real quick. So a break of this VIX short would be 58, round up to 59, round up to 59, 58, round up to 60, add a tick, 65. So 65s and below, okay? If we break the 65s and trade 70, we're running back to highs, all right? I'm getting low ticks here. We're back in low ticks. All right, so we'll see if these low ticks bring us out, okay, and roll over the VIX right there. All right, and that would give us, looks like we're trying to fill the half here. This is weird price action. This is illiquid. Be careful in this. This is illiquid type stuff. So we'll see if we fill the half and then see the reaction coming off of that. All right. So what did I say? 58, 60, 65. All right, so we'll see if we get a reaction here. All right, so that's where the indices are. So questions, VIX Bank indices. Before we move on. Just waiting on that VIX reaction. At this point in time, what we kind of want to look for is a green close on bank and a red close on the VIX. All right, that's what we're going to look for. And then we have something to work off of. Okay? We'll see what happens when we get that half gap fill. That's the high probability play, right? The half gap. So we'll see when we get down there. Any questions, anybody? Okay. All right, cool. Moving on. Bitcoin, just weak. All right. Here's the short that we've been in for a while from October 17th, all right, to our lows on November 21st. What's the half? The half gap fill is halfway between where we open at 9:30 and the full gap fill. Okay, so our gap fill is 67.77 right there. Halfway between that and where we opened at 9:30. So where's 9:30? 9:30. We opened up there. So right there. And this dotted line you see, the half gap fill's right underneath it. That's a daily, there it is. That yellow or green or whatever color that is. Right there, that's the half gap fill. This is the daily pivot. It's just part of the script. I don't pay attention to it. But that's the half gap fill right there. The script just calculates it, right? So normally you'll see there's two targets. When you're trading the gap fill, there's two targets. There's the half gap and there's the full gap, okay? Looks like we're getting bid. This is the VIX probably getting smacked. All right, so we'll see if we lift off of that. Yeah, there's that reaction. Nothing on bank yet. Right, nothing on bank yet. This will continue, like I said, this will continue to act as a boat anchor, right? Makes it hard for the indices to go up if that thing's going down. All right, coming out of that low tick, new low tick of the day. There we are coming out of that low tick. We'll see if that, again, if that sends us, smacks the VIX back down, and then we're free to rally all the way back into high ticks. Okay? All right, so that's what the half gap fill is, Adrian. Halfway between where we open at 9:30 and the gap fill. All right. Okay. So Bitcoin, yeah, still no shorts. Right? And we traded into our resistance, remember, we never broke this. And then we broke the opposing move. You're very welcome. We broke the opposing move, right? And then we draw the short, we draw the next setup. Okay, and that next setup redefended right here. All right, so there's Bitcoin. All right, right there. In its next measured move short, targets at 83. And then we have the larger target down here at 75. All right. So just going down in a series, being technical, right? Being technical. All right. What do we got? We got the VIX rolling over yet? Trying. We got anything on bank here? Not yet. Come on, bank. All right, come on, bank. There we go. Pulling out of that new low tick of the day. You guys got to see that real time. Pulling out of that new low tick of the day right there, right as the VIX is at resistance. Right? That's an entry. Okay. All right, so let's move on to spot here. Man, it is raining. 48 degrees and it's pouring. So like I said about a week ago, just imagine if it was colder, all this would be snow. There's your words of wisdom for you. All right. Okay. Let me pull this up. I wonder if I can move you guys over. Let's try this without screwing anything up. Yeah, there we go. That makes it easier. All right. Oh, man. That's not Bitcoin. This is Bitcoin. There we go. All right. So, as always, remember this larger time frame, right? Remember where we are. Okay, remember where we are in Bitcoin. Remember where we are in time. Remember where we are in price. All right, there's 2021, November 2021, November 2022. All right, October of 25, September 6th, right? That's what we're shooting for. So, did I say that right? September 6th. Yeah. October, yeah. 11 months. So September to October 6th, somewhere in there. All right, and 33.5. That's the target. So when you look at it on the daily time frame here, this doesn't look pretty, does it? You can see that extension short getting smacked. All right. So we'll see. I'm almost ready to delete this extension from April 10th that we've had on there forever. All right. So that's what we're looking at. Nothing has changed, right? Nothing has changed. Looks just like this, doesn't it? Boom, 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 boom. Right? Okay. So there we are on the larger time frame, right? Still in shorts, right? Absolutely still in shorts. Okay. So stocks. Stocks. What do you guys got? You guys have been easy this week. Anybody? No way I'm going 2 days in a row. Okay. Squirrel, if this is one of your funny things, we just got a divergence. Oh, shoot. Yeah, it looks like we're going to try to fill the half. All right, COTN. This is like a reindeer stock or something, Squirrel. All right. Okay. Nothing. This is kind of dead down here. Yeah, not a whole lot going on there. Let's look at this. There's your pullback, right? Almost to these targets down here. This is just like died. I mean, it's what, $2.18? Let's see if we can make any sense of this. Not a whole lot. You could make a case that there's an extension short from here, right there. That's how I would look at that. That's in trouble. All right, this one's, what's our volume? Is it gone? Yeah, average volume 12,000. Yep, pretty dead in the water. Not a whole lot I would do on that. Not a whole lot I would do on that. All right. Hang on real quick, guys. Oh, 1 second, guys. Hang on. There we go. All right. Okay. DE. Let's look at that. John Deere. We looked at this one a while ago, yeah. All right, we filled a half yet? Almost. Almost filled the half. Bank's not helping us right now. All right. Okay. So let's get rid of this because we hit that target now. All right, so on the weekly chart, this is a great stock. I had these longs from March of 2020 to our highs up here in April of 22. There's the pullback. That target's been hit. All right, and you can see the profit taking, right? Coming off of that target. So we're defending these previous highs. Now, this is how this normally works, right? If we defend these previous highs and make a new high, we can go into this extension because this extension broke, obviously, right? That broke. But if we defend this previous high and then lift off and make a new high, we could literally go into extensions highs to highs. All right. But you can see coming out of these, oh, that broke. All right, that broke. So zoom in here. Now on the larger time frame, right, as of right now, this would be your next measured move right here. All right, because we hit that target. So we might have already traded that right there. And there's a 38.2% line right there. So zoom in. Yeah, and we confirmed it by breaking that short. So starting to go sideways here, but oh shoot, yeah. So we've broken a short from highs, broken a long from lows. All right, so this is range bound right now. Right, we broke the short from highs, broke the long from lows. Not a whole lot to do right here. It's still very bullish, right? It's still very bullish. It's just a matter of when are we going to get a pullback to hold in the middle of this range, right? Or lift off. Not a whole lot to do right here. Still very bullish though. Still very bullish. All right. Yes, Squirrel. What do you got? I don't know if I want to know. I don't know if I want to know. Elf, thank you. Yeah. I knew something like that was coming. Oh. Did we do the turkey one? Wasn't that enough for you when we did Thanksgiving? Butterball or whatever we did on Thanksgiving. Sorry. Just for giggles, we're going to look at Elf Beauty here because it's Christmas time. All right. Never ceases to amaze me. Not a whole lot going on here on Elf. This is something. This is something. Gap up and go to the resistance. Gap down to the support. That's what I'd look at. That's how I'd look at. I don't even know why I'm going through this, but this is how I would look at this one right here. At that short above us, so we could have a little pullback here, and we'd be watching these longs from lows. See if we can get a counter trend right there. That's going to lead us up in here. Oh, okay. Any others? Any others? Anybody? More Christmas stocks? Okay. All right, moving on. Thank you for that. Okay. Why is this not? Hang on. I don't know what that button does. No. All right. Okay. Where in the heck? Hang on, I lost you guys for a second. There we are. All right, let's get to it here. All right, so let's see where we are. All right, so the VIX defending that short. What do we say? 58 round up 60 out of tick 65. We traded 65. We traded our line in the sand right there. Bank starting to turn green. Again, to watch for that turning point, you can watch for a green close on bank and a red close on the VIX on the 15-minute time frame. All right, it's kind of volatile. This is a little weird. This is weird price action. Low liquidity, right? All right. I don't think there's an AA run stock. All right. So crude oil, remember we started talking about crude oil because we had this dip into these lows, right? So it's trying. I got long once today, but it came down and stopped me out at break even. I haven't gotten back in yet. It's trying. Okay, give it some effort or give it some credit here. It's trying because it's sucked lately. All right, for like 2 months. All right, here's that long from lows. Okay, on December 16th to our highs on December 17th, briefly sloppy, redefended it. Look at this nonsense right there. That's what I got. I took this trade right here to try to join this trend. Or was it? It was one of these pullbacks, and it came down and stopped me out at break even. But we haven't, did we? Yes, we did. We broke this. We broke the short from highs. So there's this long from lows down here. All right, but you can see this is fun. Look at that. That's gross to look at. All right. So nothing really going on. We haven't lifted off yet. All right, but it's still trying, right? It's still trying. There's a lot of opportunity, right? Because we got a long way. Back up to $60 a barrel. Okay, $4. That's a lot on crude oil. All right. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm not expecting a whole lot, but I might try to get back in if we get down here. I might stop below the lows, reduce my size, and see if I can leg into this thing as it goes higher. All right, now gold and silver. You get gold right back down. Isn't that crazy? So gold had this wild tear, right? Wild tear here. Now we've hit a bunch of targets up here. So let's zoom out here. Show you where we are on gold. We'll go out. Will that give it to us? Yeah, that'll give it to us. All right. No, it won't give it to us. Hang on. Go out even further. There we go. All right. So we're in this extension long from April 22nd of this year to October 21st. There's the pullback right there. It's not on TOS? I thought I changed the thing. Hang on. Oh, no, it's not. I swore I did. There we go. You didn't even see crude oil. Okay. There we go. All right. So April 22nd to December or October 20th, right? There's that larger pullback we're in. All right. That's the one that has these targets way up at 46.07. Inside of that, there we go. All right, it hasn't been super technical. Silver's been the one that's been technical. But we had this little mini pullback here, and we've hit these highs, right? We've hit these targets, we've hit these highs. This was the pullback. That's a new all-time high. That's a dip into an all-time high. Okay, so what happens up here? A bunch of hedges go on, right? A bunch of hedges go on right there. Okay, so from this low, this was December 2nd. All right, we had these pullbacks right here. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see it. All right, had these pullbacks right here. So that target's up at 44.33. Inside of that, all right, see how these are like the Russian nesting dolls, right? Inside of that, here was our next measured move leading us higher. All right, there. Okay. So gold's in a bit of a pickle because if it starts breaking long setups, that's going to look an awful lot like a failed breakout. And you'll see a bunch of people piling on to the downside. All right, so we're going to continue to trail from these December 16th, the one we just completed the target. All right. Wait, did we? Yeah, we completed that target to highs. All right. Oh, look at that. And there's our next long setup. Now these need to hold. All right, these really need to hold because if they break, we're going to make a larger pullback. Okay. So that's where gold's sitting right there. All right, pretty cool. It had that wild tear, just pieced out, just ripped from 43.70 up to 44.09. Right, in the matter of like 15 minutes, it shot up. So there's your pullback. All right, there's your pullback. Multiple targets above us. All right, pretty cool. It's defending. All right, so there's gold. Now silver. All right, here's silver. Silver actually broke an extension long. There was an extension long on silver that was holding. Remember, it held twice from these highs, from the highs on the 12th. Right there, target, right there, it broke. All right, so we're watching, it actually, sorry, it was from right there. It was from Monday. There, target, there, broke, okay? But if you look where we are, all right, in the larger time frame, all right, we're still in these extension long from October 16th to our highs up here on December 12th, right there, right? That has a target way up here that hasn't been hit yet. Those are those 67.75. Well, inside of that, right, inside of that, we've got these little worker bee move traditionals. There's number one, there's number two, right? So we're coming into that pullback, and you can see we're starting to get a reaction. Okay, so there's the trend, there's the series, right? There's the series on silver. All right. Okay. Now let's go to the dollar. Oh man, look at that rip. Low tick, VIX at resistance, bank turning a corner, and we're ripping right out of that long. Isn't that crazy? There's your pullback. There's your pullback. Right there. All right, so we'll see if we have enough juice to continue. VIX falling, bank rising, indices rising. All right, pretty cool. Okay, DXY. Remember, this isn't the dollar, it's a bunch of different currencies in an index. All right, not doing a whole lot, but it's still in short setups, right? So the dollar is still in weakness trades. Dollar is still in weakness trades. And that's from the high on December 9th down here to our lows on December 16th. All right, right there. All right, but when you get to the actual currencies, there's the dollar yen. The dollar yen is in these extension longs, right? There's no doubt about it, right? From July 31st to our highs. Okay, came right back down to it. All right, now we didn't break this short. That's what's really interesting. We ripped away from this support level. I mean, straight up from this support level, but we didn't break this short, right? We looked at it, traded to the tick. Crazy. So who's going to win the battle here? Well, here's the long from lows. Right there, right? So you can see a scenario where there's going to be a battle over the trend right here. If we break the short, then the longs, then this long wins, and we can work off of that. we break this, we're falling right back down to lows, and the shorts are winning. Okay, so kind of in a bit of a pickle here. All right, little battle over the trend, long and short. All right, but this rising is dollar strength, this falling dollar weakness. All right, now onto the euro. Euro's in that little battle over the trend too. Here's the long on the euro from December 9th. Get up there. There we go. December 9th to December 16th, there's the long, but we haven't broken out of the short. All right, so you can see there's the battle over the trend on the euro. So the dollar really isn't trending right now, right? It's not trending. It's still in weakness trades on the larger time frame. But at the moment, we're just stuck on the yen and the euro, okay? So this rising dollar weakness, this falling dollar strength. All right, here's the British pound. Oh, nice, made its pullback. British pound's been a little bit stronger here. All right, so there's the pullback on the pound inside of this range, right? You can see these are all dollar weakness trades leading us higher. All right, we're in the middle of this range, and we're getting participation right there. We'll see how much we get, right? Because eventually the middle of ranges will hold. We just don't know when that's going to be. But there's absolutely participation right there. All right, this thing starts lifting off. More than likely, the euro is going to rise too. Remember, euro and the pound move together. All right. If we fall, we're falling back down to the bottom of the range, right? And again, then we're just stuck in the range. All right, but pound's a little bit stronger here. Remember, these two, the pound and the euro, both had their, in quotes, Fed announcement, their overnight bank rates earlier this morning. They paused on both of them. All right. Oh, Mary Rose, you want to see? Oh, look at bank. Nice. Yeah, there you go. Bing, bang, boom. Bing, bang, boom. Isn't that cool? Just remember, this is what drives this. Nice move. Nice move. You should see the YM and the Russell start to get a wild hair. Oh, yeah. There it is. There's the YM. Right. With bank making that move. Let's look at the Russells real quick. Look at that. Coming out of that long. Beauty. See, everything kind of lines up. It's kind of creepy. All right. Okay. What were we looking at? Oh, HOO. Here, I'll look at it on QS. I don't look at that. I assume that's the weekly on Robinhood. So let's look at Robinhood. See what it's doing. Hang on a second. Oh, hell no. I'm not drawing. I'm not going all the way back and drawing up stuff. I'm going to the one that's already got the drawings on it. Make it easy. I've already done that once. So let's see. All right. Where are you guys? There you are. Okay. There we go. Still looking at ELF over here. All right, let's look at Robinhood first. All right, see, I already got my draws on there. That's holding nicely, Mary Rose. All right, so there's that extension long, right? That's drawn from this high on February 13th of this year to highs. Right there, coming out of that. You had that nice run. I remember when you got into this, Mary Rose, you had that nice run right there. And then that broke, but then the long broke, didn't it? Well, let's see. Let's zoom in and see. Yeah, that's tough. You might start kind of being range bound because that long broke. Yeah, I would look at it this way right now, Mary Rose. Remember we had all that market weakness earlier in the week, right? And that's going to affect pretty much everything. So I wouldn't call this any sort of a trend break. I would look at this as support. That's the only way I would look at this. I'd look at this as support and see if we start to go to a smaller time frame. See if we start to lift off out of here. Right? You could even look for this confirmation. Right? You could even look for that confirmation and then draw that lows to highs, and then that would start to lead you higher. All right. Yep, that's how I look at that, Mary Rose. Yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned that it broke that long off the lows. There's massive support here. And then obviously, you know, if our broad markets go back to being bullish, it's going to drag this sucker up. All right. Okay. You guys go. Oh, I guess we should look at the actual instrument you were looking at. It's not going to be that much different. Yeah, so I wouldn't worry too much about that pullback right there breaking. Yeah, I'd just go off of what we were talking about there with Robinhood, with Hood. Right, look for a little break, and then that little pullback would lead you higher. What's this guy paying? 61%. Man, that's a buck. Nice. All right, that one down. All right. Okay. All right. Anything else, anybody? This is the last time you got me for a while. Oh, well, no, you'll see me tomorrow, but I mean on StockDads TV. There we go. What do we got? Bank rising, pulling out. Nice. Out of its pullback. VIX getting smacked. Got to get through this long from lows. What is that? 31? No. 28, 25, 20 down here. Yeah, we'll see. But the shorts are holding. Obviously, longs are holding. Longs are holding. Shorts are holding. All right. We'll see what happens in these low ticks. See if these low ticks start to get bought. All right. If I don't see any of you, or some of you, Merry Christmas.
Aaron, Joe asked if we could check out the MSTR disaster.
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw it. Let me go back. Hang on. All right. All right, let's look at that. Okay. All right. All right, here's where it is. Let's do this. Let's go this way. There's that extension short that held, right? So if you walk this down, we walked this all the way down from the top, right? Walk this all the way down from the top. And here's the extension long, or extension short that it's currently in. Okay, and that's drawn from this low on November 7th, right? November 7th to November 21st. All right, there's your pullback, never broke. Okay, that's got a target down at 153. Any sort of bullishness at all, this thing's going to have to break short setups. All right. If not, it's just going to continue to go down in shorts. And there's these halfway backs inside of this larger, see, bam, right there. Here's number 2, right there. Just leading us straight down. All right, just leading us straight down to these 153s. When we do get to these 153s, we'll have to watch. Okay, because if we go through it, if we go through these 153s, right here, this is the profit target for this move. You're going to go into, this thing's going to just accelerate to the downside. If we do get to these 153s and bounce, then we, we go same anchor, new low, and we could make a larger pullback. All right, but that's right where that thing is. That thing's in trouble. All right, that thing's in trouble. Going down in extension shorts. All right, we had a, what, 89-point rally today on the indices, and it went down. So, yeah. All right. Okay. So that's where that one is. Not doing too great. Way down in shorts. All right. Very welcome, Joe. All right. Oh, you're very welcome, Mary Rose. Happy or Merry Christmas to you too. All right. I don't know why Squirrel's saying wild if you're talking about MSTR. Okay, any other questions, guys? Mix defended shorts, bank defended longs, indices defended longs. We'll see what kind of juice we have going into the afternoon.
And Aaron, we're gonna wrap today's stream after the nooner here, and we do have a Lucid 150K test account to give away. So if anybody who's still hanging out, you want to drop your name in the chat. I just want to make sure we're giving it away to somebody who's still here watching. So just want to let everybody know that.
All right, very good, everybody. Well, if I don't talk to you, have a Merry Christmas. And you got it, Tyler?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, everybody.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Merry Christmas. Have a good one.
You too, bud. Bye.
All right, guys, I'm going to get the names added to the wheel here. So anybody still hanging out? I'm going to get the wheel up so you guys can see what names I've added so far. One second to get it added. All right, so we got Will, Ricardo, Paz, Mary Rose. Let me see, am I missing anybody? Joe. Ken. So we got Will, Ricardo, Paz, Mary Rose, Joe, Ken. Wolf, Ken, Ricardo, Mary Rose, Joe. Paz. Composer NYC, Joe F. I'm just gonna put in Composer NYC. Yeah, Squirrel. Yeah, they said no duplicates within the same week. Let's see, Ken. I'm just putting in Composer NYC. Oh, that's Ricardo? Okay, all right. All right, anybody else? We got 1, 2, 3, only 6. 6, only 6 content. Oh, Tamika. When did you last one, Tamika? Okay, yours wasn't an account. It was, okay, yeah, you're good. That was last week. All right, so we can put Tamika and we can put Tamika LARP. Anybody else? Mr. McQuill, do I have you in there? Did you send your name? Mary Rose, okay. Mary Rose. Yep, we got you in there, Mary Rose. See, Tamika and Squirrel, I think they won last week, so they're eligible, I believe. So that should be okay. All right, anybody else? Anybody else? To wrap it up here, we got the Lucid 150K account. And remember, they have the 40% off right now for returning customers and 50% off for new users on their 25 and 50K. There's 2 different accounts. I think they're Pro and Test account. I forget what the other name is. But 40% off, new users 50% off, and then you're also entered to win a 20K cash prize that they're giving away. So let's see. Anybody else? We got only, looks like 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9 entries right now. about 20 people in chat, so there may be a few more. Give you guys just a couple minutes to drop your name. I just want to make sure we're spinning with people that are here. We'll give you guys just another minute or two. And just like Aaron said, I just want to thank you guys for tuning in, supporting StockDads TV these last couple of months. Hope everybody has a wonderful holidays, a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you may celebrate. We hope you enjoy the time with your loved ones, and hope you can get a good refresh. You know, kind of refresh, reset, and be ready to come in with a strong kickoff to 2026. I know that's what I'm hoping for personally, and with StockDads TV. All right, we'll give you about 30 more seconds here, then we're going to spin the wheel. Last chance, get your name in for 150K Lucid test account. This is the largest account size they have. Whenever the clock strikes 57, which is in 20 seconds, we're spinning. We're spinning. The odds aren't bad. You got more than a 10% chance here. All right, here we go. We're spinning. Oh, looks like it's going to be Ricardo. Shout out Ricardo. Didn't even need the duplicate entries, baby. Let's go. All right, Ricardo, I'll get your name added to the giveaway sheet. What I want to do here is real quick. You may be part of the Discord, but I just want to make sure we have your contact info here. So I'll drop that link for you. Sorry, I should have this prepared. But I'll drop that link for you so we can make sure to get your contact info. That way you don't have to open a ticket. Cool, there's that link. Just make sure you fill your contact info, and that's so Khaled knows where he can find your email address, and he'll send you an email with the coupon code. I'll put your YouTube username and Discord name and real name into the giveaway sheet here, and he'll know that he can grab your email address and just send you over the code. So, but thanks again, everybody. Like we said, I hope you guys all have a wonderful break time off. We're looking to come back 2026 even stronger, even better. Thank you guys all again, seriously. It's been great kind of getting to know you guys through this process, and I'm looking forward to next year and continuing to crush it. We love you guys. Peace out. Merry Christmas. Goodbye, everybody. See you in 2026. Be safe out there.